Baby Evelyn has decided that she's had enough of the board meeting and we need to get started on our business. Thank you, Matt, so much for bringing her in. Oh my, what a great way to start the day. So welcome everybody to the February 27 County Board recess meeting. I'm Board Chair Libby Garvey and joined on the dais by my colleagues, Vice Chair Takis Karantonis, members Matt DeFerranti, Susan Cunningham, and Maureen Coffey. And we're going to start with some recognitions and reports from the board and the manager, and we'll start with our manager, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With me today, as you know, we do the Arlington Employee Care Spotlight. We have Stuart Sands, and I'm going to call you Donald Winsock Jr., even though you've been DJ. They both manage Arlington County's radio system, and they ensure its operability for regional communications with not just our public safety entities, but also with our schools and our federal partners. And they spend a lot of time maintaining the health and safety of the system, which then pays off with health and safety of our residents. And, you know, I was just joking with them the other day when AT&T lost its service. I immediately, you know, thought of our friends over there, but they were on top of it. We had no problems here. And they spend literally day and night worrying about keeping that one lifeline that is so important for our first responders and emergency personnel. And I asked Stu what it was that he wanted, and he said just a lot more of that capital money from the county board to support my systems. So with that, I'm going to ask them both to come up, and I have a certificate with a large non-cash piece of paper in it for you. Will, come on. Yeah. We need some hands. All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Did you get it? You didn't get it? No.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Is that it
That is
for
it.
today? All right, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, so much. Communications is absolutely crucial. Yeah, thank you very, very much. Really appreciate it. All right, that brings us to the Design Arlington Awards video and some comments by my Vice Chair, Takis Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What a great occasion this is. Every 2 years, we celebrate projects, so a built environment here in Arlington that has excelled. And this year, we are honoring 14 projects with the 2023 Design Arlington Awards. Design Arlington, for those who don't know that, recognizes excellence in architecture, landscape design, public art, with the goal of showcasing the best in Arlington. It's a biennial program. It started in 2009, and since then, more than 300 projects have been nominated. And this year, we had 48 submissions, and 14 projects were chosen by a jury, which I want to thank for considering and for giving their time and expertise to help us choose the best projects this year. The winners range from public facilities to commercial buildings to residential communities and community spaces. We'll see a video about this, about these in a moment. But before I do that, I want to really explicitly thank the jurors, David Dixon, who's the Vice President of Urban Places, and is an Urban Places Fellow at Suntech, Carl Lanahan, who's a Principal at Jennifer Horn Landscape Architecture, Bill Spack, who is an architect and preservationist at Cox Gray and Spack Architects, and Michael Sherman, who's a Director of Policy and Research at the National Capital Planning Commissions. So, and last but not least, the owners of these projects have invested in high-quality design, and this is why we recognize them today, and their design teams and contractors who worked all together to bring us these projects and allow us to celebrate them today. So here is the video. Let's go.
Take it away.
The biennial Design Arlington Awards recognize excellence in architectural design, landscape design, and public art. This year, 14 winners were chosen. Honored projects include a community center, schools, a park, public art, and private development. Thank you to the jurors who took the time to review submissions and select our winners. These projects truly showcase the best of Arlington. The all-new Lubber Run Community Center blurs the distinction between indoors and outdoors, with architecture rooted in its sense of place. This net-zero energy building features recreation areas, covered gathering spaces, connections to nature, trails, and open space. This 1970s-era concrete building transformed into an engaging, vibrant national landing anchor, including floor-to-ceiling glass, a new curtain wall system, and metal grid expression. The Clarendon West redevelopment balances community contextualism with sophisticated contemporary architecture. 3 residential buildings introduce new life into the neighborhood and transition between the Wilson Boulevard Commercial District to Lion Village's single-family homes. Part of the Western Rosslyn area plan, this residential tower's glass and stone exterior showcases a bright and airy structure dubbed the Lantern, with contrasting dark brick. For a building of this size, this project showcases superb proportion and scale. Cardinal Elementary School sets new standards in sustainability, energy performance, and learning environments for Arlington Public Schools. The design optimizes use of the existing building while seamlessly combining new construction to achieve a dynamic educational facility. This new facility for visitors of the U.S. Marine Corps War Memorial intentionally occupies a small piece of the landscape, maintaining direct views as well as providing a comfortable and respectful experience. Developed using the Columbia Pike form-based code, this luxury apartment building includes ground floor retail, below-grade parking, and is designed around a public plaza with native plantings, enhancing the area for the entire neighborhood. A facade enhancement for Fire Station 10 in Rosslyn, this stainless steel and bronze sculpture represents a powerful spray of water and improves the pedestrian experience without impeding the functionality of the station. A Crystal City public space renovation that's already proven to be popular, this project activates the streetscape and public space with vibrant retail kiosks, restaurants, and other site improvements. This comprehensive renovation, preservation, and adaptive reuse of an existing municipal building into a state-of-the-art annex expands Washington Liberty High School's capacity and features classrooms, collaboration spaces, science labs, and office space. Originally a candy factory and shop, this single-story brick building on a prominent corner was carefully preserved and renovated into a restaurant, maintaining the form and aesthetic of the original design while contributing to a pedestrian-friendly streetscape. This redeveloped and expanded 12-acre park within a vibrant neighborhood bordering 4 Mile Run, this project celebrates the area's industrial, cultural, and recreational heritage while providing safe and comfortable access to relaxation and nature. Part of a pilot program for parklets in National Landing, the street-side spaces modular design approach can be mixed and matched to suit a specific location's needs and requirements. This resident-initiated intersection revamp features stormwater infrastructure and contemporary streetscape design, including a rain garden for capturing runoff before it enters the storm drain system and 4 Mile Run.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis, taking us on a little tour of our hometown. I always enjoy these because I find I'm so busy doing things, you're not paying attention, and here you step back and you kind of feel like you're a tourist. Oh, that looks nice. Oh, that's nice. It's really kind of a fun thing. So thank you so much for all the work that with those design awards and bringing them to our
It's an
attention.
excellent invitation for a tour of 14 places in Arlington.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. All right, colleagues. That brings us now to a resolution that I would like to make. As folks know, back in 2019, we changed the name of a couple of the roads. We made created Langston Boulevard, and we created Richmond Highway from some names that had previously recognized Southern Civil War folks. And an alert resident wrote us and said, hey, this hasn't changed in the code. You're still using the old names. You need to do something about that. And he's absolutely right. This person was absolutely right. So we found the easiest way to do this is a resolution. So I'm going to read through the whereases and ask for a vote at the end. And this, our attorney has assured us, will kind of take care of it. And we can easily, then we find these errors, we can fix them. It doesn't have to each come singly to the board for a vote. And it's going to just do what we always intended in the first place. So this is a resolution updating references to Jefferson Davis Highway and Lee Highway in the Arlington County. Whereas, at its April 25th, 2019 recessed meeting, the County Board adopted a resolution to submit a request to the Commonwealth Transportation Board to rename the portion of Jefferson Davis Highway that lies within the boundaries of Arlington County Richmond Highway. And whereas, at its July 17, 2021 regular meeting, the County Board adopted an ordinance renaming U.S. Route 29, named Lee Highway, within the boundaries of Arlington County to Langston Boulevard. And whereas, certain chapters of the Arlington County Code contain outdated references to the former Jefferson Davis Highway and Lee Highway, and whereas it was the intention of the County Board by adoption of the above resolution ordinance that all such references be removed from current and future county materials, now therefore be it resolved that the County Board authorizes and directs the clerk of the board to review all chapters of the code, update references to Jefferson Davis Highway and Lee Highway or any derivative or abbreviation thereof wherever they appear. Is there a second? Do I need a second? All right. Motion's been moved and seconded. I don't think we need any discussion. It's just really doing it's a neat way of doing this, I think. And I'm glad we've changed those names. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you so very much. And thank you again to Dana Bress for bringing this to our attention, which is very helpful. And then I'd like to talk a little bit about Arlington Sister City Association, which is celebrating its 30th anniversary. And I've got just a few slides to go through if those could be brought up. And we have a guest here with us to help us a little bit. Let's see, can we get the slides up? There we go. So we have this 30th celebration coming up. We have 4 sister city relationships. Next slide, please. And this list, and you'll notice the date, 1994 for Aachen, Germany. So we're 30 years with Aachen. Reims, France became our sister city in 2004. San Miguel El Salvador in 2006, and Ivano-Frankivsk, Ukraine in 2011. And the sister cities do quite a bit, which I think Sophia's going to talk about in just a little bit. We do student exchanges. There are fun things like film screenings, art and cultural exchanges. Also, our fire departments sometimes work and help each other out. Historical recognitions, and there's really quite a lot going on. And it's a great way to kind of bring people together and actually do a little brainstorming across boundaries. Next slide, please. It's just a picture of a number of the high school exchanges and other things we've done. Okay. And we've got a great celebration coming up in April, which is we'll have guests from San Miguel and I think possibly some from Reims and certainly from Aachen because it's the 30th anniversary. So you may see some of these folks around the county in April. But our friends from Ivano-Frankivsk are not able to come for reasons that are probably pretty obvious to everybody. But Sophia's here, and she is president of the Ivano-Frankivsk Committee for Sister Cities with Arlington and Ivano-Frankivsk, and she's going to give a little report and a little background. Sophia, welcome.
Thank you. I know I've met some of you before. My name is Sophia Taylor. I'm a member of the Arlington Sister City Association. I'm a board member, and I'm also the president of the Ivano-Frankivsk Ukraine Sister City Committee. So we'll go through, I know Libby already went through a little bit of this overview, but I can do
you're going more in depth. It's great. It's fine.
No worries. And there are quite a few slides, so I'll just signal to you. Okay, so this will be made available in print and or electronic form, so we're not going to go through everything too deeply. But sister cities in general were established by Eisenhower in the 50s to foster relationships between American cities and international cities that share similar culture, population, even regional attributes, nature, things of that sort. So the purpose is to promote cultural and commercial ties, and that's what we're here to do, and that's what I know you all find very important in this partnership. And so Arlington Sister Association, as Libby already mentioned, was established in '93, and we continue to do that and support that cross-cultural community between Arlington and 4 sister cities. And again, we already had a nice overview of the different sister cities. So those are our 4, and then there's an additional one that is not currently active, but we do hold that relationship and have historically. So we have a board of directors as well. You can see that Libby helps out a lot, as well as we have some folks from the county and the public schools as well. So again, an overview that you can browse through later at your convenience. Organization, like I said, we work with the county board, county manager, the Arlington board, Arlington Public Schools, and then underneath that we have executive committees and our executive director, who is new as of the fall. And then underneath that, of course, we have board committees that do background work, and then the sister city committees themselves, which do the on-the-ground work. So we have Aachen, Germany, Rem, France, San Miguel, and Ivano-Frankivsk. And so now I'm just going to speak very briefly just about Ivano-Frankivsk, the relationship we have and how that has changed since February 2022. As you all know, Russia invaded Ukraine on February 24th, 2022. Previously, our relationship with that city and in Arlington was based on business and culture and music and student exchanges and firefighter exchanges. But that really and certainly shifted in February 2022. So as you can see here, we held some events, we did some volunteering, we boxed supplies to be sent over, we attended rallies, and we attended events alongside, as you can see, other Ukraine-focused organizations in the DC area. Here are some more events that we held. We had some committee events that were panels that were related to education, just about the culture, about the situation, helping people to understand what was going on and how our sister city was affected. We've also, so last year on the 24th in front of the Bozeman Center here, there was a remembrance ceremony on the 1-year anniversary where there was music and speeches, and the flag was raised in honor of the brave Ukrainians, and then in honor of our partnership as well. We've been in contact with our counterparts in Ukraine. They're very, very grateful for the support of the board and the support of Americans in general. And so I think that's really what I wanted to get at here today. On the 2nd anniversary of the invasion, which was just this past Saturday, 2 years in, the board is still very supportive, and our counterparts know this. Committee members know this. I am personally from Ukraine. We have members on the committee who are also either from Ukraine or whose parents are or who have very strong connections. We also have others who are just very interested and passionate about the cause. So all this to say that, in these moments of crisis, this partnership and the Sister City Association is a really valuable tool to keep this community alive and to keep us aware, and especially to keep Arlingtonians aware of these international developments. And so we thank you for your support, and we ask for your continued support. And I can ask any questions later on. And again, this will be made available for you to see later on.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Taylor Sophia. It's just great to have you here, and really appreciate everything that you are doing to keep us together. I will just add a little bit. I did some research on some time ago when I first became the liaison. And actually, in some of the readings I did, the reason that it was formed was to try to prevent another World War II. That's why it was Dwight D. Eisenhower and the idea that people coming together. And I think it does help. It's amazing the ties that we have around the world. And actually, it means Arlington's affected. There's a lot going on around the world. We simply have not stopped war, but we do have a lot of ties and trying to be as supportive of people around the world. It's a pro-humanity organization, I think. So thank you so much for coming and being here. Really appreciate it. And folks, if you're interested in joining Sister Cities or doing anything with Sister Cities, there's a webpage. You can just type it in and Google on it or whatever, and it'll pop up. And they've got some fun events and things that we're doing, kind of coming back a little bit after the pandemic. All right, I think that brings us. I think I've got another report here on Arlington 2050, talking about bringing people together. As people know, we had our kickoff, and thanks to all of my colleagues and our staff that helped make this happen. It turned out to be a great event. We had 4 panelists. Next slide, please. And we had person, there we go. This is Jason Samina, who is the climatologist, and talking about the weather coming up and the trends that we're going to be seeing, and things that we need to be thinking about as we plan for 2050 and how we are going to be here in Arlington. We had a demographer from Weldon Cooper Center, and yeah, the next slide is fine. That's fine. And Steve Hartel from Amazon talking about business, and then an educator, Dr. Gregory Washington from George Mason, who was really great, and he's talking here. And we had a lot of conversation in between. Next slide, please. And we had a great meal afterwards and lots of good discussion. I think everybody really had a good time. The panelists actually stayed like as long as anybody else did, in fact, longer. Next slide, please. And I think a lot of residents were there and who had leaders in our community in many different ways, some of them meeting each other for the first time and really getting a lot of different discussions going. And I think it was a great event, great kickoff. And thank you again to everybody who kind of made it happen. We're doing the postcards from the future. I don't know if there's another slide or not. I think that may be it. Yeah, we've got postcards from the future, which I had and I was going to hold up, but I don't. They're out back. And if they're online as well. We've had a couple of hundred online come in, a couple hundred have come in snail mail or in physical form, and we're inviting anybody who's paying attention to do this. Fill out a postcard if you'd like, postcard from the future. Dear Arlington 2024, here I am in Arlington 2050, and it's great because we're in the process now of working out how we're going to continue the momentum here. We will be hiring a consultant, but we're working exactly what they will do. I think we're going to try to leverage a lot the community and bringing people together, which worked so well in this event. There are lots of opinions and ideas out there, and we're going to be working hard to have a variety of forums on different ideas, and again, kind of leveraging the community, encouraging various groups to have their own events, which we're going to be willing to support. So there's a webpage up with information on it. Feel free to fill out your own postcard, check in on the website, send us an email, and we will continue working on this, and I'll do another report at our next meeting. And here, there's the webpage. Thank you so much for showing that. And you can watch the video of the panel discussion if you'd like, and the report out afterwards. It was pretty interesting, and I think everybody had a good time and really started thinking about the future, which is pretty clearly going to be different from the way it is today. So we need to plan. Thank you. All right, I think that brings us to the end of the reports, and I think I am now, let me just double check, yep. I have appointments to make, and I just, apologies to everyone, I think I need to read all of them, and it's a long list, so I will go as quickly as I can, and thank you to all of the folks who have volunteered to help us out. This is very much what makes Arlington, Arlington, is the involvement we have from so many people. So I would move that we appoint the following to the Audit Committee, reappoint John Weissstadt and Luann Lohr, both for terms ending January 31st, 2026. To the Board of Equalization and Real Estate Assessments, reappoint Jose Penaranda, just checking, yeah, Penaranda, Ken Matskin, and Johnny Mendez for terms all ending December 31st, 2024. To the Civil Service Commission, reappoint George Bailey, term ending January 31st, 2028. Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission, C2E2, fondly known, appoint Joe Trivette for a term ending February 28, 2026. The Commission of the Arts, appoint Yagit Kakar for a term ending February 28, 2027, and appoint Mark Murawski for a term ending also February 28, 2027. To the Commission on the Status of Women, reappoint Marguerite Luter and Sasha Whitney, both for terms ending February 28, 2027. To the Community Criminal Justice Board, designate Matt DeFranti as chair for a term ending February 28, 2025. To the Crystal and Pentagon Cities Council, CPCC, reappoint Michael Dowell, Richard Kelly, Judy Freshman, all for terms ending February 28, 2026. To the Fiscal Affairs Advisory Commission, reappoint Lauren Harris, Brian Marroquin, and Scott Pedowitz, also for terms ending February 28, 2026. To the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission, reappoint Bill Browning, term ending January 31st, 2027. And reappoint Melanie Mobley for a term also ending January 31st, 2027. To the Joint Facilities Advisory Commission, reappoint Andy Greenwood for a term ending January 31st, 2026. The Park and Recreation Commission, appoint Adriana Lynn for a term ending February 28, 2026. To the Neighborhood Complete Streets Commission, appoint Kathleen Reeder as Arlington's Neighborhoods Advisory Committee representative. To Nova Parks, reappoint Paul Ferguson for a term ending February 29. 2028. And I see, did I not read those? They were not on there. We have an addition. Sorry, folks. Also, to the Historic Affairs and Landmark Review Board, reappoint Carmela Ham for a term ending February 29, 2028. To the Housing Commission, appoint Daniel Ross and Jason Schwartz for terms ending February 29, 2028, and reappoint Anika Montgomery and Karen Serifs for terms ending January 31st, 2028. Is that everything we need now, Madam Clerk? We have it, I think? Thank you. All right. This does not need a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. And again, many thank yous to everyone who's volunteered and helping out. These are often somewhat time-consuming, but a great way to help build and strengthen our community. That brings us to regional reports. I don't know that we have any. I don't think so. Any regional reports, colleagues? No. County manager reports? I think maybe not. That moves us to closed session, I believe.
Madam Chair.
We do have board member reports. Sorry, too many pieces of paper. Thank you. Our first one will be Matthew Franti, who has a report on the Community Criminal Justice Board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to provide an update on a state-required commission or group that Clerk of Court Paul Ferguson has been leading for a long time. And I've sort of stepped forward, and he has generously passed the baton. So we'll be using this commission to address some of the issues that we have in our criminal justice system, and I'll describe some of those. But we can go to the next slide. And first, I think it's important to talk about there are many different parts to our criminal justice system. There's some of those are under Arlington County, and that would be the board is elected, and then county staff as well as the board work together on. And then some of those are under our courts and our constitutionals, which are our constitutional officers, which would include those listed there, the sheriff's office, the general district court I mentioned. The Commonwealth's attorney is also a constitutional officer. And then the chief public defender and our probation and parole. Probation and parole is a state-funded effort, and chief public defender is a jointly funded we provide, the county provides, and the state of Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia also provides. Skipping back to the top, I think it's very important to note that our Department of Human Services, Behavioral Health has a significant piece of this. Our Community Corrections Unit is also partly funded by Arlington County government, and the county manager's office is engaged as well. On the county board side, looking below, all of us as board members are engaged on criminal justice issues consistent with the degrees to which we provide funding. The CCJB is the acronym for the Community Criminal Justice Board. There are other advisory groups that are engaged. There's the Community Oversight Board, the Police Oversight Board that we have, and then there's also just being transparent, the Human Rights Commission has had an interest in this area and certainly addresses their charge, and their ordinance addresses some of the issues, and that's been recently in the news. We have external partners that we work with on this. There's numerous nonprofits. Virginia Hospital Center is critical in terms of providing services for those who are in severe mental health crisis. And we have spent, over 2 years ago, we spent a lot of time on diversion. So we'll go to the next slide. We'll describe, this is the key pieces of the statute, the state law that covers the Community Criminal Justice Board. Its focus, if you look at these 6 items, significant pieces of it are focused on diversion, which we talked about when we set up the police practices group. There's each of the particular roles are led with the verb there, but it's a chance to engage and evaluate quite often our probation, our various systems that work to address criminal justice. The 6th of those functions is one that I would like to take and engage more heavily on over the coming years, and that's facilitating local involvement and flexibility in responding to the problem of crime, and I would add from our local perspective, diversion and the efforts we want to make to be a safe community and also address some of the challenges that we've seen post-COVID with mental health and a rise in Arlington, modest rise. There's been a couple of years where it's been down. There's a couple of modest number. We're right at about 230 individuals that are unhoused in Arlington, and that is some of the opportunity that we have to make our criminal justice system align even better or better with our ideals. So next slide describes what I've sort of set out as an action plan for the year. Our most recent ordinance was passed in 2002. There's a need for updating it, ensuring alignment with the various stakeholders. I'm going to be meeting individually with those who are currently part of the Community Criminal Justice Board, and this is an opportunity really for us to address this or continue to address this and step up and step forward as we do. So the third goal is trying to address community concerns, and certainly I know that's a shared goal of the board as well as a goal of the sheriff and the employees in the jail and the deputies. So we've created a website. One of the initial requests from our public was a website. Website is now live. We'll share that with all of those who attended the last meeting. It's also searchable and findable through Arlington's website, Arlington Community Criminal Justice Board. So that's what I propose to do. An updated resolution would come over the coming months and ensure that the membership reflects the stakeholders and also reflects the diversity of experiences to address the updated challenges that we have seen more recently in our criminal justice system. Next slide. I want to be clear that we have been, over the past years, we have been working to address some of the challenges that we've candidly seen at the jail, and there's healthcare, which is a critical issue. We've changed healthcare providers at the jail, and there's ongoing efforts to make sure that we provide the resources and also are transparent and accountable for the steps that we need to take. This is last fall, essentially. I think it was in October that closeout occurred, and we pushed for a number of specific steps. I would highlight the independent medical personnel for $102,000. That is an effort to make sure that we understand when there is a need for someone who has been booked or is in the process of being booked to go to the Virginia Hospital Center, and when there's a need for them, it's appropriate for them to stay in our detention facility. And a couple of the others, the challenge of working directly in the jail, we are down in terms of our numbers, and I'll share those numbers significantly from pre-COVID, around 500 or so pre-COVID, depending on the day and the month, down to about 330 or 40 now who are in our detention facility. There has to be accountability. There is state law that inside the detention facility, the sheriff is the lead, and he is, of course, directly elected, but there also is a role for the county board to play. So that's some of the investments that we made. The behavioral health docket has been ongoing for a couple of years. That's part of our diversion efforts. So next slide. There has been some investment. There was discussion last fall of biometric sensors that would help with health and safety for those in the care of inmates in the care of our deputies. 12 of them have been deployed, and I will be engaging over the coming month in the budget process to see whether there are additional steps there that might help with health and safety of those remanded to the care of our deputies. It is a challenging job, and it's a different challenge now than pre-COVID in the sense that mental health is a bigger percentage or proportion of those who are in our care. So medical is a key piece of things. I mentioned the medical personnel that we're in the process of hiring. There's more that needs to be done, and it's both something that the sheriff is ready and wants to lead on, and something that I know the county board and I will be engaged on. Staffing is a key second issue. There is one of those items yesterday, it was a slight additional bonus for those working in the jail directly. Of our deputies, some work in the jail primarily in the neighborhood of 60 usually, but then there's also an additional 200 plus staff who are doing other functions that are a key part of the Arlington County Sheriff's Department. So we have retention is a key issue, and it is employee wellness. There's some investments been made. I've gone over to listen and to engage at 6:45 in the morning on a roll call, and you are all invited, I know. So lastly, I just bring to the attention of folks that the detention facility, there is a website. If it's possible, if we can pull it up, that's great. But this is essentially a website that identifies on a day-to-day basis the number of residents and some of the key pieces for transparency, key aspects of the jail's residency on a day-to-day basis. There's certainly other steps that can and should be taken, but I think that's the last slide, unless I'm mistaken, Madam Clerk. But there could be just one more. Yes. So the next meeting is May 23rd. Between now and then, I'm going to meet individually with all of those who are stakeholders, as well as those who wish to meet about this. There's the one-year action plan. I mentioned healthcare as key, and I mentioned staff recruitment and retention. I also would note that the manager has added a second bond diversion staff person in his proposal. I think there will be, I would guess there'd be unanimous support on the board for that as we seek to work toward diversion. So there's more to come. There is an acknowledgement that there's work to do in this area and a commitment to engage in that work. And we need to work forward and think about how do we bring Arlington ideals to the next stages of our detention facility as well as our criminal justice system. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. DiFranti, and thank you taking on the leadership here and working to re-energize the board, because I think that can do a lot of really good work. Yes, is there a question? Yes. No, I think Ms. Coffey is ready for the report that I almost skipped hers as well, and I apologize again. Women of Vision Awards event, I think, Ms. Coffey.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm so pleased and excited to be the board liaison to the Commission on the Status of Women this year, and I wanted to make sure we had a little bit of time here to spotlight the upcoming event that the Commission hosts every year. It's always a positive and uplifting event for our community, and all are welcome to attend. So the 2024 Women of Vision Awards will be at 7 p.m. on Wednesday, March 20th, 2024 at the Virginia Tech Research Center in Ballston. For more information about the Commission on the Status of Women or the Women of Vision Awards, you can just search Women of Vision on our county website and their page will come up. This year, the Commission is celebrating its 50th year of serving the community, so I think it'll be a really exciting and great event. I think we all know March is Women's History Month, so it's good timing, and we are really excited to support, and I will be there, so I hope that I will see some of you all and hopefully many of our community members on March 20th.
Thank you so very much. I'll make sure that it's on my calendar. Appreciate it. All right, I think now that brings us to, I think we're done for all of the reports. I'm sorry again for sort of rushing through things. And I believe that brings us to our closed session. So I have a motion I need to make, colleagues. I move that the county board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code sections 2.23711A3, 6, and 8 for discussions regarding the acquisition and disposition of publicly held real property where discussions in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body, and discussions and consideration of the investment of public funds where competition or bargaining is involved, where if made public initially, the financial interests of the government unit would be adversely affected, and consultation with the county attorney for legal advice. Is there a second? Second. Motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Passes 5-0. We are now in closed session, and the board will return here no earlier than 6:30 this evening for our agenda items.
Carlos?
County Board is back in open session. Welcome all. Before we get started, I have a motion. I move that the members of the County Board certify that at the just concluded closed session, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened or heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Garvey?
Yes.
Mr. Carantonis?
Yes.
Ms. Coffey?
Yes.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes.
Mr. DeFerranti?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Madam Clerk, I think we're ready to have you call the first item.
Item number 34 is an ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify Appendix A and Appendix B of the Arlington County zoning ordinance to update the green building standards for development projects utilizing the Columbia Pike form-based codes.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few introductory remarks. You have zoning ordinance amendments in front of you to look at both the commercial and neighborhood part of the form-based code. And as of right now, there are minimum requirements we have in the neighborhood piece of that, but no requirements in the commercial piece. And our goal here is to try to be responsive to your direction and start introducing some of the elements of green building incentive here. We in a perfect world, we would have waited till we were able to do the whole green building incentive policy. We're not quite there yet. And this incremental approach, I think, is the right step to take. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Olivia Sontag, who is here to make the presentation. Olivia?
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Olivia Sontag with the Planning Division, and I'm also joined online by my colleagues, Matt Matuzik of the Planning Division, and then Paul Roman with the county's Green Building Program, who will be available for questions following the presentation. So for your consideration tonight are zoning ordinance amendments to Appendix A and B, the Columbia Pike Commercial and Neighborhoods Form-Based Codes to update the green building standards for development projects that develop under either code, which are optional zoning tools. So here are the Columbia Pike Form-Based Code boundaries, with Columbia Pike running east to west. The yellow and blue areas represent the commercial and neighborhood form-based code boundaries. If a property is located within any of these areas, they have the option to either develop using the underlying zoning or apply for a form-based code use permit, where they must comply with the prescriptive requirements of each respective code. The idea being that the expectations are preset, and unlike site plans, do not have the option to earn additional density or negotiate community benefits. Form-based code use permits, like site plans, include standard conditions of approval, which is how, for example, green building standards are reinforced and monitored. So to start with some background, the county's green building incentive policy does not apply to form-based code development projects, and these proposed amendments reflect the need to both elevate but also right-size the standards for the Columbia Pike corridor. The commercial code, which was adopted in 2003, does not currently have any minimum green building requirements, although we do require submission of a scorecard. And as you'll see in the report and in some of the next slides, we have had a few proposals voluntarily pursue certification. The Neighborhoods Code, which was adopted 10 years later in 2013, currently requires as high as LEED Silver. Review of the form-based code green building standards began earlier this year with green building program staff, and we've arrived at a staff recommendation to elevate the standards in both codes. We arrived at this recommendation after consultations with the county's Planning Division, Inspection Services, Housing, and Green Building staff. And then we also met with staff in neighboring jurisdictions and industry professionals familiar with form-based code development on the Pike. So this map again shows the boundaries of both codes and the location of form-based code development projects approved since adoption of both of the codes. The 6 neighborhoods form-based code projects have included, as required, green building certification, most using LEED Silver, but 2 100% affordable housing projects opting for Earthcraft Gold. And then, though voluntary, 4 of the 17 commercial form-based code development projects have provided varying levels of certifications. The 2 sites in purple are active and are not subject to the proposed requirements. So from consultations with staff, neighboring jurisdictions, and industry professionals, there were preferences for a variety of certification options, inclusion of outcome-based standards rather than just prescriptive, and requiring the Energy Star certification. Specific to projects on Columbia Pike, they typically score well in categories for transportation, location, development footprint, open space, which in the form-based code requires between 15 and 25% of the buildable area, and rainwater management. We also heard from housing staff and affordable housing developers that Earthcraft Gold and LEED Gold are the minimum requirement to earn Virginia Housing Application Points. And then specific to LEED, in previous development projects, we've seen LEED certification and LEED Silver targeted even without incentives. So we know it's recently mutually beneficial for developers. And then based on discussions with other jurisdictions and industry professionals and review of previous project scorecards that we've received, we believe the 10-point gap between LEED Silver and LEED Gold is manageable when targeted early. We're aware of the pending US GBC update to LEED version 5, but it's still being drafted, and we anticipate the US GBC to launch their new certification standard at the end of the year. So the proposed amendment is based off of version 4 and 4.1. And then specific to Earthcraft, the overhead cost is lower than LEED. It also has an emphasis on performance and is a comparable option that's also offered in the GBIP. So based on feedback and analysis, the proposed amendment elevates the minimum requirements for all form-based code, mixed use, and multifamily sites in both codes to LEED Gold, Earthcraft Gold, or an alternative certification path that's equivalent in stringency, with additional requirements for Energy Star certification, energy optimization, and additional prerequisites modeled after the GBIP. And then for townhouse, duplex, and detached site designations, we're recommending LEED or Earthcraft certification, an equivalent certification, and Energy Star certification. So the energy optimization options are reflective of those in the automatic update in the GBIP, which took effect in June of 2023. And then the additional prerequisites are also modeled after the GBIP, and these items are listed and detailed in attachment 1 of the board report. The GBIP, which does not apply to the form-based code areas, is a voluntary density incentive program, whereas the proposed amendment will become a minimum requirement of all development projects under the form-based code, which are, again, not negotiable or modifiable. So the point of emphasis here is that the minimum form-based code standards proposed in this amendment exceed the existing minimum commitments established by the GBIP for site plans without any proposed bonus density. The proposed amendments were presented to NAOP, the Zoning Committee, and the Form-Based Code Advisory Working Group, all with few questions and general support. NAOP sent a letter in December encouraging the county to incrementally phase in any new green building requirements. So in consideration of this, staff recommends the amendments take effect on May 1st of 2024, which is the same delay offered when the GBIP was adopted in 2020. We believe this addresses NAOP's concern and allows an appropriate amount of time for any applicants who may be in the process of completing their due diligence to file their application prior to these amendments taking effect. After a presentation to C2E2 in December, they also provided a letter which recommended the county board postpone approval of this amendment so it could be revised to be fully consistent with the county's goal for carbon neutrality, reflect the best practices for zero carbon buildings, and align with a future update of the green building incentive policy. Staff will consider how a future review process might benefit from these suggestions, but maintains the recommendation to adopt the amendments, which significantly increase the green building requirement in both codes, and does not recommend combining this effort with the update to the GBIP at this time. The Planning Commission recommended unanimous approval of the amendment after some discussion about this being an important step, but noting that these standards should continue to be reviewed for improvement and alignment with any future updates to the GBIP. When the GBIP updates come forward and we have an opportunity to assess, it will need to be in the context of the economic factors and the scale of form-based code development, which does set it apart from other corridors in the county. So to conclude, we're recommending the board adopt the proposed ordinance with these amendments, and again, with an effective date of May 1st of 2024. So that concludes the staff presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sontag. I think we'll hear from our commissions, and then we'll see if we have some questions. Let's see, Mr. Sarley, Ms. McIntyre. Yeah, come forward, please. I think Mr. Sarley sat down first, so we'll start there with the Planning Commission like to give us their thoughts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Board. This came in front of the Commission in this month, and as Ms. Sontag reported, there was unanimous support for it. We were particularly curious about and I defer to Ms. Joan on this. She will give you a better explanation than I would on why E2C2 felt that this should be deferred, but we felt that it was better to move ahead with it and get something instead of, keep working on it and just to get the ball rolling. And the fear there is that projects could come forward in the meantime and could suffer from being an inferior product. But having said that, the Planning Commission was supportive, and we were very curious to hear what Ms. McIntyre had to say from the E2C2. So with that, I will wrap up my report and pass it over to.
Thank you. Ms. McIntyre, I think you've already been introduced.
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Again, Joan McIntyre speaking on behalf of the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission. Again, we did recommend that they consider delaying this. Again, it is a long overdue update to this form-based code. However, given the fact that they are going to be updating the green building incentive policy, and that, is something that has to be considered. As you know, is that, we have our concerns with the existing green building incentive policy, that it really doesn't align with the county's goal for carbon neutrality, and therefore would like to see both the form-based code as well as the green building incentive policy establish minimum requirements that are much more in line. Those effectively reflect high energy efficiency based on best practice in building codes. We have seen Amazon project at Penrose was looking at 30%, and many of the energy models we've seen tend to indicate that they could, not saying they promise to, but could achieve over 25%. So there's certainly a lot there already available in terms of how you can have more high-performing buildings. Again, all-electric buildings are ones that we continually hammer home on because we really can't get to carbon neutrality if we keep building buildings that are using fossil fuel and locking them in for a decade or more to come. So, that is a pretty critical element that should be both in the update of the green building incentive policy as well as this. Looking at them to, have maximized rooftop solar and battery storage for microgrids is another thing that we should be looking at for these types of projects, including the needed infrastructure for EV charging to help with the expansion of electric vehicles. And then, also the one area that we haven't dealt with in much detail, but I think is going to be increasingly important, is actually embodied carbon in the buildings, and we should be looking at setting targets that actually look for decreasing the amount of embodied carbon that go into buildings, again, using some of the best practices. There also think there's a lot of opportunities in the form-based code in order to make sure that we're meeting some of our tree canopy goals, reduction of urban heat island impacts, and also thinking about resiliency and reliability both for stormwater as well as microgrids and energy factors. So, kind of looking more holistically with the form-based code in terms of how we're meeting some of these elements and going beyond and a bit more prescriptive than, say, what's currently in the green building incentive policy. For the most part, I don't think we can really necessarily think that we're asking all that much for developers. This isn't rocket science. It's not even necessary that you use really leading edge technology. C2E2 had a presentation in January by Red Brick and LMD, which is a real estate company in DC. Also, they did a presentation and a webinar for Eco Action Arlington, Sierra Club, and Leaders in Energy on zero energy buildings. So, and they're building a very large commercial multi-use development that will have over 500 apartment units, and they're seeking to get zero carbon certification. And just to summarize some of the data is that they're expecting to get over 30% energy efficiency gains over the ASHRAE baseline. And that's actually 44% over the average DC energy efficiency in multifamily buildings in DC. They're also on target to reduce the embodied carbon in the building by about 30%. Fascinating information. I really encourage you to look at the webinar if you have a chance. And also all of that they're estimating is that's going to cost maybe about 5% more than it would to build a code. Of course, that's DC code, which is a little bit more stringent than Virginia, but it gives you a sense of, how much the extra cost is. And of course, the costs and savings for the residents and the other users of the building, over the life of the building is going to be pretty significant. So, and then, from the company's perspective itself, they actually see this as in their own commercial and financial financial interests. It's what their customers and the renters are looking for, so it makes them more competitive. It also makes them more future-proof because they know that expectations that you have carbon tax and other regulations coming down the pike that are going to could require costly renovations in the future. They also find it's easier to get financing even as markets were tightening. And finally, they were also seeing that, let me see, there was something else they had, but you get the picture. I know it'll actually attract investors, especially those looking to increase their ESG portfolio. So again, they see a lot of business reasons for doing it. Again, when you're looking at the form-based code, the density isn't quite what you see in, say, the Boston-Roslyn corridor or National Landing. But at the same time, they're being allowed to develop without having to go through the site plan review process, and they're getting, certainly larger density than they would if they built by right. So I think, thinking of that from that perspective, should be looking at them to perhaps exceed certainly what would be required in the updated green building incentive policy. And then I think it's time too to maybe rethink what the purpose of the form-based code is. I mean, it was originally established in order to encourage development along Columbia Pike. I think that's been very successful. So maybe it's time to think of how this could actually be a better tool to help encourage and move the development of both Columbia Pike and maybe other areas like Langston Boulevard to more align with climate neutrality goals and really addressing the climate change and other environmentals. And a final point is, as we're looking for this, we should be looking at ways of making it automatically updated, tied to some of the more advanced building codes. So as they change, they would change automatically rather than having to go through a process of changing the ordinance. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I think those are all our commissions. Do we have any speakers, Madam Clerk?
We do not have any speakers.
We do not. All right, colleagues, conversation is now with us. I think I'll ask Mr. Karantonis to make a motion, and then we'll see if we have any questions and comments.
I will make the
ahead.
motion to move the manager's recommendations to get the conversation going, which is I move to adopt the attached ordinance to this item here to amend, reenact, and recodify Appendix A, Columbia Pike Commercial Form-Based Code, and Appendix B, Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Form-Based Code of the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance to update the green building standards for development projects utilizing the Columbia Pike Form-Based Codes as shown in Attachment 1 with an effective date of May 1st, 2024.
Is there a second? Second. All right, motion's been moved and seconded. Thank you. Mr. Karantonis, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, thank you. I can briefly speak to my motion. To be honest, Ms. McIntyre especially, this has been a demand from the Columbia Pike community to introduce some sort of basic green building requirements for a very long time. As long as I remember, it may be more than 12 years already. So it was also inequitable for many developers, to be honest with you. It's not only our general concern for the climate and for sound building. It was also the fact that, for example, most affordable housing developers had to deliver these these basics because otherwise they wouldn't score for tax credit, while other developers didn't have to go at all. It was completely voluntary for them. And if you look at the slide that Sonntag has given to us, you will see some, very recent projects like the Westmont project that has no certification whatsoever. So I welcome this improvement here, and I welcome it especially because this sets a minimum on which we need to build still. And there are a lot of opportunities to accomplish that on Columbia Pike. The form-based code actually equips us, gives us a lot of tools to do that, because we can really embed them for all development along an entire corridor where almost 40,000 people live. And I'm happy to see that coming to us today. Now, you're absolutely right. We need to still work on green building incentives for everybody else, and we have to make these minimums and improve them for across the county. And this is a conversation we will be having this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to staff and to our commissions for the comments. I appreciate your highlighting the webinar because I promised to watch it. I have not. I need to send one email there to get the webinar or just go to the website. But I think it is important to take a look at. It's struck by the questions you asked, Mr. Sarley, and the points you made, Ms. McIntyre, that, this is some progress, and Mr. Carantonis mentioned it had been in the works for a long time. I am challenged by your point on 2050. I'm obviously concerned about 2035 in addition to 2050. You asked, can this be done? I have no doubt it can be. I don't know if the cost is the same for a project, for any project. I worked at Habitat. There's a ton of multifamily green buildings done. It's just, I don't know if every firm does it and at every cost is able to do it. There's competition for the credits, et cetera. Is it legal to require in Virginia? I don't believe it is to require to that standard in Virginia. We should change that. We don't have the power to change that. I could be wrong, like that we could regulate and require the higher standards that we want. But you give me questions to wrestle with. I do think progress on what can be built is important, and as is affordable housing. And so I'm wrestling with your questions, as I often am, but they're fair questions. I just come to the conclusion we should move forward at this stage and then push the rest of the green building policy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham.
A couple quick questions for staff. So the question about whether there's an automatic update as the codes improve over time, does that typically occur with the certification system? So Earthcraft and LEED are updating to building codes as they get changed?
We don't have scheduled updates. We certainly are aware of the pending USGBC update to LEED version 5. So if I recall, when version 4 and 4.1 were updated, we did then incorporate that.
Okay.
Those requirements live in our standard condition language. They do not live in the form-based code document. So we do have the ability to update those and react to those updates periodically as needed.
Okay. So for instance, if we took a long time to get back to this, it moved from LEED 4 to LEED 5 to LEED 6.
We would,
somewhat
as the
automatically.
Green Building Program may be able to, Paul Rowan may be able to speak this a little bit better, but we will have to evaluate what's included in LEED version 5 and make sure that it's appropriate to adopt. There may be some implications, but I'll invite Paul Roman to respond to some of the anticipated changes in LEED version 5, if you'd like to.
Thank you, Olivia. I'll just add that USGBC is currently drafting their newest version of LEED, LEED version 5, as it's mentioned, and it's anticipated to be balloted by the end of this year or beginning of next. So as soon as we know those changes that are being made to the new version of LEED, then we can look back at the form-based code and reevaluate moving forward if there needs to be an automatic update based on the new standard from USGBC, as well as other certifications if they choose to update their certification standards in the coming years.
Okay, great. And then one other clarification. I think Ms. McIntyre mentioned the applying form-based code to Langston. That's not the current plan, is that right? So Langston would be going with whatever incentives we come up with on the next upgrade.
I'll speak to that. Thank you for the question, Ms. Cunningham. Anthony Fusarelli with the Planning Office. The adoption of the Plan Langston Area Boulevard Plan in November did anticipate or does anticipate that the implementation of that vision at this time would be primarily seen through the special exception site plan process. And so that would be separate. The updates that the board is considering here today for Columbia Pike and the form-based code would not be the same as those that would apply to Langston. The guidelines or the standards to the policy applied to Langston would be similar to any site plan development elsewhere in the county.
Okay, great. And then last question, do we have the ability either in this form-based code or in other projects to provide accelerated review in the case of a net zero building or a special exception? Do we have any legal way to do that, or
incentives?
It's only the incentives, and it doesn't include speed, because I think we've heard from developers that speed can overcome that 5% cost increase if we can move faster.
I could speak to our practice, and if our county attorney wants to speak to the legal basis of that, but right now we don't. In our practice, we don't really have various tracks of different speeds or timeliness for review. We'll review projects on a case-by-case basis on their merits. A lot of that depends on the responsiveness of applicants in getting back to us on comments and revisions. But we don't, to answer your question squarely, we do not have a different track for projects that are have meeting different levels of sustainability.
Yeah, and speed of application review is not one of the criteria for incentive zoning.
All right, yeah. Ms. Coffey, any questions? You don't have to have them.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think it's good that we are introducing minimum standards. I think I was quite shocked to hear that there were not minimum standards. I think we can all agree that it's a really critical part of our goals, and I think we are going to need to come back to it and figure out how we can keep pushing to the best of the best and make sure that we are able to meet those 2050 goals. But as is, I think it's a good place to start.
Thank you. All right. I'm in the same place as all my colleagues, and thank you for all the work. And Ms. McIntyre, I mean, you're often coming and pushing us more and more, and we never quite get there most of the time. But it's really useful. Good to hear about the webinar and the information that's out there. I do agree, as Ms. Coffey put it, we all put it in a different way. I think we just need to get started here, and I think there's sense better to get started than not at all. But really appreciate all the work that you put in, and hopefully there'll be a lot faster updates now. At least get the Columbia Pike on its path to moving forward. So, and thank you, Mr. Sarley, as ever, for coming in. I think we're ready to vote. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Sante. Thank you very much. All right. Madam Clerk, would you like to call the next item?
Yes, items 35A through P are all requests to authorize advertisements of public hearings to consider the calendar year 2024 tax rates and various fees and ordinances related to the FY 2025 proposed budget.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, I know we had a lot of discussion on Saturday, but perhaps a small presentation tonight. I don't know if you're planning on that. I think so.
Madam Chair, I didn't plan on a presentation, but I did want to let you know that we have available a couple of slides if you wanted to go back and look at the advertised tax rate in comparison to surrounding jurisdictions. I would just say that all the items before you have been posted online, have been fully available, and there's a lot of material to work through there, so we'll just be available for questions as you go through them if you'd like. We're happy to answer any other questions before you do that or while you do that.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have, I don't think there are any commissions. We have some speakers, Madam Clerk.
We do have a couple of speakers. Our first speaker is Audrey Clement. If I can just get about 30 seconds to get this computer going.
Although I think Ms. Green is right here in the room with us. Hi.
Let's see. Okay, and I believe Audrey Clement is online, followed by Jane Green.
All right, Ms. Clement?
Yes. So I'm Audrey Clement from Westover. Inspection of the manager's FY 2025 proposed budget reveals $2 million set aside for teen mental health and substance abuse, including preventive education, counseling, and treatment. The proposed budget reports that, quote, approximately 50% of youth entering the Northern Virginia Juvenile Detention Center face some level of addiction, end of quote. For the 50% of troubled youth in Northern Virginia with addiction problems, no amount of intervention is going to help because the root cause, namely a wide open southern border, has been ignored. The Federation for American Immigration Reform reports that 30,000 pounds of fentanyl was seized at the southern border in 2023, up from 5,000 pounds in FY 2020, which is enough to kill everyone in the US 40 times over. That estimate does not include the fentanyl that went to Arlington and other big city schools, but it does suggest that the county manager's substance abuse initiative won't work. The solution I'm proposing is not to throw more money down a fentanyl-laced rabbit hole. The solution is to send a strongly worded letter to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, demanding that DHS resume enforcement of the immigration laws that have been flouted by the current administration since 2021. Not only does the county owe it to the next generation to confront the opioid crisis effectively, it also owes it to the taxpayers. The county manager reported that but for targeted investments like the opioid crisis response, Arlington taxpayers would not have been faced with a tax and fee increase of $500. Surely gouging the taxpayers like this requires programs that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clement. Next speaker?
Next speaker is Jane Green.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Jane Green. Today I'm speaking for the Alliance for Housing Solutions, which recently merged with Navaja. We haven't quite figured out the exact name of that, but you get the deal. And so we're speaking in favor of the higher advertised real estate tax rate. We'd like to thank the county manager for including the $0.015 increase in his proposed budget. And I hope that tonight you, the county board, will advertise a 2-cent increase. This will give you the critical flexibility that you'll need as the different priorities to consider the different priorities for Arlington's budget in the coming weeks. I was very pleased to see that the draft budget includes a higher level of ongoing funding for the Affordable Housing Investment Fund, and that it is matched with one-time funding. It is also very prudent to separate the Barcrat debt payment. This is a commitment that we must maintain. AHS would like to see that all of the 1.5 cent tax increase is dedicated to AHIF, and that would guarantee $12 million in predictable yearly funding, which our affordable housing development partners need to help the county reach the affordable housing master plan goals. Without this investment, we will continue to fall behind. Additionally, we're concerned about the proposed budget cuts that would eliminate 2 associate planner positions. Although those are currently vacant, we do need this additional capacity to help our planning staff to study the zoning and land use tools that will help us unlock more affordable housing. And this is crucial, especially for preservation strategies. So Arlington County's housing needs are real. The budget is a great start, but this year we need to take the time to invest in affordable housing, and so I urge you to advertise the 2-cent real estate tax increase in the FY25 budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I miss your assistant, though.
I know, that time.
Thank you very much. All right. I believe that's our last speaker, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, fine. All right, colleagues, we have a lot of motions before us, and I think I'll start us off. And the first one, which is, the main item really is setting the advertising, the tax rate. And the manager has proposed a budget with a 1.5% increase to meet needs, and even that is fairly tight. We're hearing a lot from folks, that's usual. We got a letter today from the chair of the school board and laying out their situation. They're going to be presenting the budget, the superintendent's presenting his budget on Thursday. And they have been making a lot of cuts. They still have quite a gap to go of about $13.5 million, as I understand it. And they have kind of a different situation than some other groups might, in that they are waiting to hear what they're going to get from the state. And this year, it is a real huge range. There's a lot of uncertainty there. They could be looking at another $10 million that they need to cut, but they won't know that until much later. Makes it really hard to plan a budget. You're already doing some cuts. You got more to go, and then you might even have another 10 on top of that. And so for planning purposes, to help them not have to worry about that, I am going to propose adding a penny to what we're advertising. I am very much hoping we will not need to actually adopt that rate, but that is there to sort of help hold harmless the school system from making more draconian cuts after they've done it and after they've really done their planning, and allow them to really do some planning. But I'm hoping that we will not need to do that, but I want to advertise that now, to, as I say, sort of as an insurance policy, which I very much hope we will not have to use. I personally hope that we will advertise at 1.5, we will adopt at 1.5 cents, or even a little bit under that after we work through our work sessions. But for the moment, I'd like to preserve some flexibility just in case the General Assembly really doesn't do what it is supposed to do for our schools. So with that, I will make the following motion. I move that we advertise a public hearing on April 4th, 2024, to consider a calendar year 2024 base real estate tax rate of $1.03.8 per $100 of assessed value, using the attached advertisement, attachment 4 to the board report dated January 4th. And I also will move that we advertise a public hearing on April 4th, 2024, to consider the calendar year 2024 commercial real estate tax for transportation initiatives at the current rate of 0.125 per 100, using the attached advertisement, attachment 4 again. Could I have a second? Second, thank you. In a way, I have already spoken to my motion, so I will see if there are any other comments from folks, and then we'll see where we are. Mr. DiFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for confirming and clarity, that would be a net 2.5 cent, advertising a net 2.5 cent increase.
Yes.
Okay. I'm happy to support it. I'll share a few brief thoughts. My reasoning may be a little different, but I reached the same conclusion. Beyond the manager's $10.1 million in cuts and his investments, I support advertising an additional 1 cent to consider focused and specific additional investments in our schools, as you mentioned, mental health, teen wellness, affordable housing, and a more rehabilitative criminal justice system, particularly with respect to our detention facility. I believe we should have a robust discussion in these areas over the coming month, and that advertising at 2.5 cents will enable greater flexibility and possibilities in that discussion. Flexibility is particularly important, I think, as we partner with our schools and in light of pressures on Metro, and you mentioned the uncertainty on funding due to the legislative process in Richmond. I believe advertising at 2.5 cents will help us have the appropriate discussion we need about investing in the community we love and respecting that we would be asking all of us to invest more than we have.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will be supporting the motion. We had a lot of previous conversations, all of us. We had a lot of conversations with our staff. We had a lot of conversations with our colleagues on the school board and with members of our community. This is never an easy discussion to increase the tax rate. First and foremost, and I want to make very sure that this comes across. Increasing the tax rates really affects everybody. We usually hear from those who complain, sometimes with reason, that their taxes have gone up because of their real estate assessments. But the tax rate increase impacts also many more, those who don't own that wonderfully appreciating equity and they are not having something. So they are asked to contribute to our common community project that is Arlington. And Mr. DeFerranti has mentioned many of these priorities, which I share, especially this year. Also the youth, the youth mental health initiatives. Still a lot to do in housing. Still a lot to do with supporting our school boards to figure out how to balance their budget. I agree with Madam Chair that yes, in a sense, this needs to a certain degree be understood as a kind of an insurance policy, because we are not going to give up on looking at our budget, finding the efficiencies, trying to economize as much as we can to stretch the dollar. That's our number one thing, because if we want to serve all these goals, to be responsive to all these demands, and we see that already with the county manager's proposed budget, we need to stretch the dollars. We cannot just resolve anything by the power of the checkbook. We need at the same time make sure that our dollars go further, pay more, and they serve the purposes that our community will identify during this budget process in the coming weeks and basically in the coming month and a half that we will be discussing that. I think that this is an advertisement, so it allows us to have the fiscal space to deal with the drug epidemic, to deal with everything that is right now a challenge for us. Most importantly, also metro funding and transportation funding that has been really a big imponderable. I look forward to these conversations, and that doesn't mean that this 2.5 cents will go all the way. This means that we will have to work very hard to go back to something that is a little bit more sustainable for everybody. To our school board colleagues, I want to say we are looking forward in working very intensively with them. We are giving them the fiscal space, but it's their decisions. These are their decisions to make, how they will adjust the programming, how they will adjust their budget in order to be as sustainable as possible. We ask them also to collaborate to stretch these dollars to serve our students or serve our parents in a truly excellent system, because this is needed. Balanced budgets build balanced communities, and I am a big believer in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Any other comments from my colleagues? Ms. Coffey.
I'll go ahead. Yeah, I appreciate what I think has been a really robust amount of conversation between each of us over the last few days, week, time blurs at this point. I think this is in many ways a difficult budget year for us. I think there's a lot more uncertainty than there has been in the past. And I think, to get to a place of advertising, this particular tax rate, 2.5 cents, comes from that uncertainty and wanting to give ourselves the opportunity to substantively work through the issues before we box ourselves into a particular number. That's really how I'm approaching this, is not the assumption that we need to add 2.5 cents worth of tax revenue to our budget to immediately include that in our conversations, as much as it is to say there might be critical things like youth mental health, criminal justice reform, housing, schools that are community priorities, things that we have expressed we want to do, we need to do for our community. And, giving ourselves the room to say that as a priority, maybe we need to go above slightly. And throughout the process, maybe we will also find things that we don't think need to stay in the budget. And I think I am really approaching this as an opportunity to go into the work sessions and the conversation with the latitude to create a good, strong budget that lives our values and lives our priorities, not to say we are adding money to add money. I think that there's just too much unknown at this particular moment for us to box ourselves in.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Ms. Cunningham.
Well, thank you. I agree with all of my colleagues on the approach here and appreciate the many, many hours of conversation in these last couple of days. I also appreciate the manager's commitment to presenting a balanced budget with some options or with an option for a rate increase to meet additional community priorities. And while I also hope our final approved budget will be within that 1.5 cent rate increase, I do support the advertisement of the additional 2.5 cents to make sure we maintain flexibility in the coming weeks.
Thank you. All right, with that, I think most of it's been said. I will simply reiterate, I think we're all in the same number that we want to advertise. I will say again, for me, it's the extra penny over and above what the managers has put forth is, for me, an insurance policy for the schools, and really based on what happens in Richmond. And if Richmond comes through, I myself don't envision going to the taxpayers for that money. But I know there's lots to be talked about, and we're going to be spending a lot of time together, and there should be some conversations. So with that, I think we're ready for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. 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 Motion passes 5-0. Thank you all. Right, now I would like to move that we advertise a public hearing on April 4th, 2024 to consider the proposed calendar year 2024 general personal property tax rate of $5 per 100 of assessed value and a personal property tax rate of that same $1, 3.8 cents per 100 of assessed value, which is equal to the real estate tax rate, for public service corporations, using again the attached resolution, this one, attached resolution attachment 1. All right, motion has been moved and seconded. This is simply moving forward, keeping actually the same personal property tax rate and only changing the rate that changes to what we've advertised for real estate, but this is referring to public service corporations rather than private homes and other kinds of real estate. Is there any other discussion, questions? Mr. Carantonis, is that a vestigial? All right. I think motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Has it been moved and seconded? Mm-hmm. All in favor, please say aye. 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 Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. All right, colleagues, that brings us to now items C, D, and E, to which I will turn to Mr. DeFranti for some motions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start, I guess, question for our attorney. Can we move the three of these in block?
Because they're all the bids.
You could, but you would still need to
read them.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just wanted to check. I didn't want to slow it down. So I will move items C, D, and E in block. The first, item C, I'll move that we authorize the advertisement of a public hearing on the county manager's recommendation. I'll authorize advertisement of a public hearing on April 4th, 2024 to consider proposed calendar year 2024 tax rate for the Ballston Business Improvement Service District, the Ballston bid, not to exceed 4.5 cents per $100 valuation using the resolution shown as attachment I of the staff report. I will further move that the item D, that we move the county manager's recommendation that we authorize advertisement for a public hearing on April 4th, 2024 to consider a proposed calendar year 2024 tax rate for the National Landing Business Improvement Service District of 4.3 cents per $100 value of assessed value, that is in addition to the current real estate rate using the resolution shown as attachment I of the staff report. Finally, I will move item E, the county manager's recommendation with respect to the Roslyn bid, which is that we authorize advertisement of a public hearing on April 4th, 2024 to consider a proposed calendar year 2024 tax rate for the Roslyn Business Improvement Service District, the Roslyn bid of 7.8 cents per $100 of assessed value, that is in addition to the current real estate rate using the resolution shown as attachment I of the staff report.
Is there a second? Second. Thank you. Motion has been moved and seconded. Well done, Mr. DeFranti. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, just briefly, each of these is for our business improvement districts. They're important partners. They're different in that they reflect the localities, and thus they're different budgets and different assessed value tax rates, but they are each partners in our economic and place-based development strategies. I think they're worthy of support, and I also think that they're good sort of force multipliers to counties' employee and our staff. So that's why I support all three, and that's why I made the motion.
Thank you. I agree. They're absolutely force multipliers for us. Any other questions or comments on the motion before us? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. That brings us to items F, G, and H, and I'll turn to Ms. Coffey.
Thank you. And I will also try to do these in block if that's okay, but I will read all three separately. So I would move the county manager's recommendation to adopt the attached resolution ratifying the advertisement of a public hearing by the Planning Commission on March 4th and authorizing the advertisement of a public hearing by the county board on April 4th, 2024 to consider changes to the CPHD development-related fees as depicted on the inspection services and zoning fee schedules related to building and trade permits, administrative changes, form-based code applications, site plan applications, administratively reviewed permits and requests, certificates of occupancy, variances, use permits, and other fees as shown in attachments B and C effective July 1, 2024. Further, I would move that we authorize the advertisement of a public hearing by the county board to be held on April 4th, 2024, to consider changes to DES development-related fees as depicted in the DES permit and plan review fee schedule for Chapter 22, Street Development and Construction, Section 22-7, Chapter 57, Erosion and Sediment Control, Section 57-8, Chapter 61, Chesapeake Bay Preservation Ordinance, Section 61-4, Chapter 48, Floodplain Management, Chapter 60, Stormwater Management, and Chapter 23, Subdivisions, Section 23-11 of the County Code of Arlington County, Virginia, related to charges for the review and approval of engineering plans, building permits, right-of-way use permit fees, and other related permitting, construction, and inspection services, the review and approval of subdivision plats, and the administration of public improvement bonds as shown in Attachment A, effective July 1, 2024. And finally, I would additionally move the county manager's recommendation 35H to authorize advertisement of a public hearing to be held April 4th, 2024 to consider a proposed amendment to Chapter 26, Article 1 of the Arlington County Code, Utilities Ordinance, Attachment I, to increase the water and sewer rates and codify a rate for fire hydrant permits effective July 1, 2024.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's been moved and seconded. If you've caught your breath, Ms. Coffey, would you like to speak to your motion?
I don't have a whole lot to say. You know, I think that these are, especially the first two, much more administrative in nature, and I think that it's an opportunity to always take a look and see what we can streamline and build in some efficiency. So I think we are good to go.
Sounds good to me. Any other questions, comments? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. That brings us to motions for 3I, J, and K. Ms. Cunningham.
All right. I move the county manager recommendation to 35I, I'm going to just read it out like that. Authorize advertisement of a public hearing to be held on April 4th, 2024 to consider the proposed amendments to Chapter 10, Article 1, Residential Refuse and Recycling, and Article 5, Commercial Collectors of the Arlington County Code, Attachment I, and administrative fee changes. The amendments and administrative fee change, if approved, would A, increase the household solid waste rate from $406.14 to $415.75. B, extend participation in the residential curbside trash recycling and organics collection program to multi-unit dwellings permitted under the county's expanded housing option ordinance, or EHO. C, increase the fee for hauler permitting for collection vehicles used to transport solid waste for disposal from $150 to $300. And D, administratively change the leaf and wood mulch delivery charges for half and full load from $60 and $75 respectively to $78 and $93. Also 35J, authorize advertisement of a public hearing on April 4th, 2024 to consider an amendment of the Arlington Transit Passenger Fare Ordinance to increase art and specialized transportation for Arlington residents, or STAR, fares to be effective July 1 on 2024. And finally, 35K, authorize the advertisement of a public hearing to be held on April 4th, 2024 for consideration of the fiscal year 2025 DPR program services and membership fees, attachment I.
All right, is there a second? All right, motion's been moved and seconded. Ms. Cunningham, would you like to speak to your motion?
Just very briefly, I think the first piece of my motion, 35I, really talks about our solid waste services, and it is a minor extension to some multifamily, and I think I would also like to recognize that we're still in our solid waste plan to provide even additional services and savings for our larger multifamily programs coming up. And then in 35J and K, just highlighting two of our equity-based programs and meeting all of the needs of our community with various abilities and talents, I would say, in terms of DPR. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, any other questions, comments? I think the motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0 again. Thank you. Mr. Carantonis, would you like to almost take us home with L, M, N, and O?
So, the first one is to, this item L, authorize, I move to authorize advertisement of a public hearing on April 4th, 2024 to consider changes to the Arlington County Fire Department hazardous material cleanup fee. That's the second. So, should I go with all of them?
That seems to be working really well.
Okay.
So if you want to go through all of them.
Item number.
I don't know. Can he
the
just
next
continue?
item is-
Yeah, keep going.
Is M. I move to authorize advertisement for a public hearing on April 4th, 2024 to consider a new treat, no transport fee, and an increase to an in-person qualified healthcare provider fees in the Arlington County Fire Department. The next item is item N, like November. I move to authorize the advertisement of a public hearing on April 4th, 2024 to consider setting fiscal year 2025 Arlington County Fire Department special event fees shown in attachment 1 of the staff report. And item O, like Oscar, I move to authorize advertisement of a public hearing to be held at the April 4th, 2024 County Board meeting to consider setting police department fees related to off-duty details, including but not limited to special events effective July 1st, 2024. These are the four motions. I can.
Items I through O, and I'd like to have a second. Is there a second? Thank you.
L to O.
For the block of motions, thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Very briefly, so the first one is, are the hazardous material cleanup fees. As we all know, sometimes it happens. There are accidents, there are leaks, etc. Normally, those who cause these leaks of hazardous materials have the obligation to clean them up, and sometimes they cannot do that, or for many reasons, our fire department has to intervene and do this job. So for this job, there is a fee, there is a cost, and to recover the cost of doing this, and this is what this fee structure here covers. Item M is about is actually a relative novelty when an ambulance is sent to an incident, and for example, at the last minute it is decided that there is no need for somebody to be transported, or there is only treatment on site, etc. These until now, we didn't have a means to recover the cost of mobilizing all this apparatus, and this is introducing, and I'm not sure that's the first time. I believe it's the first time that we're introducing, Mr. Manager, this kind of accounting.
Yes,
right?
It's replacing another fee that has gone away.
Exactly. So this is the first time that we are really taking account of these, and I think that this is a very important. This is an important cost that needs to be recovered as well. The next one is authorizing the advertisement of fire department special event fees. This is something that I always have in the past, in my civic capacity, written emails to the Arlington County Board asking for discounts on these because I organized public events. But they have cost, and personnel and the hours that are spent to keep our special events and public events safe, they have a cost, and this needs to be recovered as well. And finally, the same applies to police department fees in the same way, and this is what the last of my motions is covering. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, comments on the motions? Ms. Cunningham, your light's on, but I think it's vestigial. Okay, all in favor of the motion before us, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. That brings us to the last item, item P, and I will make that motion to authorize advertisement for a public hearing to be held on that same April 4th, 2024 date, County Board meeting to consider increasing the photo speed monitoring monetary civil penalty in highway work zones and school crossing zones from $50 to $100 effective July 1st, 2024. Is there a second? Motion's been moved and seconded, and I'll speak to it briefly. This is just, speed, as I think we all know, is a major factor in accidents, and the cameras really do help quite a bit, and we need to, if we increase the penalties, that also can help be more of a deterrent, and so we are working to do that in work zones and particularly school crossing zones, and hopefully that will encourage people even more to slow down. It brings us in line with a lot of our neighboring jurisdictions. Any other questions or comments on this one? All in
I have
favor?
only one comment.
Yes.
I think it would be really a good idea to try to move to a sliding scale or at least continue these conversations about making speeding really an offense that affects the safety of people, and try to graduate into a system that has a sliding scale that really imposes a penalty to those for whom $100 are not going to be dissuasive.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a good point. I thought of that myself. I'm not sure it's legal.
It is in Fairfax.
What does our counsel say?
Yeah, no, I think one point of information I would mention, I think the $100 is a state maximum, and I don't know, because there's also legislation pending in the General Assembly now to expand the scope of this particular speed fine to cover other zones. I don't know if they've increased the maximum there. So but that doesn't obviate the potential of having a sliding scale. It's just they would have to stop at 100.
Oh, that's not very encouraging then.
No. Is that the case? Ms. Court, we can have a sliding scale, though. Are we able to do that? Yeah, I kind of doubt it, too, because you have to have standards. But anyway, we are not going to debate that here, but we might have an interesting discussion in the work session. Thank you. I do look into that because I think there's really a lot of interest. All right. Did I ask for a second?
Yeah.
I did. Yes, I did. I got a second. We're all set to go. Any further comments, questions? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. I believe we have an advertised budget for this year.
Congratulations.
Thank you all.
Madam Chair.
Congratulations to all of you. I think that was incredibly efficient. I would like to note that we have our first budget work session, I believe, Tuesday, March 5th at 3. Do I have that correct, Mr. Manager? I see Ms. Hughes nodding to me. All right. We're going to spend a lot of time together talking about a lot of, actually, this is a fascinating time of year. You really do get into what's going on in the county. So I actually look forward to it if it wasn't quite so tiring sometimes, but I really am looking forward to it. So thank you. Thank you all for the work that got us to this point. Yes.
Tuesday is primary election day for just so that everybody hears that, and I hope that there'll be a little coverage.
Well, we can do a primary. We can encourage people to vote at the same time.
Yep.
And I think on Tuesday we're going to be doing courts and constitutionals. Is that correct? Yes. And I think there is a webpage. I should have asked to have a slide put up if people are interested. The budget is online, I believe now, and also when we're holding the various work. People are invited to attend here in person or to watch, and we will have, of course, folks with us for the commissions with us for each of the items that pertain to them, too. So they will have lots of discussions. Madam Clerk, is there anything else to come before the board today?
No, nothing further.
No, all right, nothing more. I think we are ready to adjourn, and we'll see everybody back here on Tuesday. Thank you.
Yeah, I was